Hey, guys, welcome back. As you know, I moved into my new place, but have not yet gotten around to setting up the studio. So I'm talking to you hot on the stove. So hopefully, we won't burn the computer. Um, I'm in the kitchen cooking, as always. I had a little cultural trip to Pasadena today. So I have something to drink with you, which I'm really excited about, which is scotch that I did not have a chance to try yet, but it's an Isla single malt, so from the Brocladi distillery. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good one. I'm a huge fan of anything that is peated, um, and anything that Ralphie recommends, of course. Ralphie.com. I don't know if you know this um, YouTube channel, but you should truly check him out. He is, in fact, the OG of all whiskey YouTubers. He was the first one to do it. I don't think that was a channel dedicated to this kind of um, stuff, to whiskey reviews exclusively. When he started it, it's a thing now, but he has his own genre. It is it's really very endearing. He literally broadcasts from his bothy, as it happens. It's amazing, and his recommendations are always spot on. I don't claim to be an expert when it comes to these things. I have my taste, but I can't pontificate about it. And yeah, I would just defer to his authority. And this was the whiskey he chose for the upcoming year, so I couldn't resist. I had to get it. Um, it turns out, of course, as it happens with every move, my proper Scotch glasses, the Glencairn tulip-shaped pieces, were of course broken during the move. Yes, it is my new place. Yeah, I'm. My kitchen is a mess, so I can't really give you a tour of anything right now, Basil. So you have to excuse me. But in a few weeks, I started basically decorating from two ends. The bed and the bed frame is in. There's a nightstand, and then in the corner I have a nice chair to sit, which is going to be my studio. Actually, it will be in that corner. I need to get something like an ottoman. I need to figure out the lighting situation. I need to stay right here so it doesn't distract too much here, but I think it'll be good. This move will be good. Um, yeah, I want to have a better background. I want to have a real atmosphere to broadcast, and not just some random seat. So give me a little bit of time. Give me a little bit of time. Watch Nicholas. Thank you, man. I wish I could. I wish I could contribute more, but it's important to me to be consistent with my own show and have something going on at the same time every night. I took off the last night specifically because you were going on a marathon, so I said I won't even start because I didn't want to interrupt. You already had something going on, and it was going pretty well. So yeah, and it's not going to be anything too fancy. I have my microphone, thankfully. He always said don't ever reveal it, so I won't. But it was one of the earliest supporters of this channel who actually got me the microphone. That was my head start, so I will never forget what he did for me. Hey, hey, Junior. So nice to see you as well. I want to get, it will be just a nice chair for me to plop down. It will have a nice lamp, and I will also get one of these, you know, influencer lights, let's call it that. The ones that are like a circular light where you can put your iPhone into, so I can film some other kinds of content. People have been asking for a review of my collection and a review of I think there's one called LoomCube, Corrado. You know what I mean if you quickly Google search that. Yeah, I want to do like nice, short reviews of what I already have, because people seem to like it. People seem to enjoy it, and why not? From a personal perspective, I always enjoy seeing collections that clearly have some thinking behind them. I like to see if someone has put some thoughts into getting each and every single piece that they have in their collection, whatever they might be, independent of their monetary value. Oh, I mean, but then I don't have a camera equipment, right? You know better, Corrado. Tell me more, right? I know you are in a profession where you know a lot more about the visuality of these things than I do. But for me, I'm gonna have a light, like a side lamp, just so people can see my face without me being too exposed like this. That other light is really for having something to hold the phone over here so I can film. Because the channel itself, I mean, again, I'm not complaining. You are one of my supporters on Patreon, so I really appreciate it. But the channel for me is something that brings in money, right? It can't be forever like this where I sink more money into equipment, etc. So if I can get a professional camera and afford $500,000 production team, as we make fun of some other YouTube channels, that would be just great. But I can't do that. So I have to find relatively inexpensive ways of doing the best with what I can. And again, if someone comes through and supports me in some way, I will never say no. And I do have a very good friend here who has serious equipment and who was behind that little shorts we did for the channel, when I first got the Universal. Let me drop that link. So that's what my friend did for me for, it's like a minute video. It didn't take him more than 40 minutes. He just shot it. He just shot it with his iPhone, edited it on his iPhone, and it was just that. It's really like you said, it's the vision, it's the content, and you need to know what you're doing, right? The way I operate an iPhone camera and the way someone who has an eye for this, who has practice in it, and who actually has the requisite skills, it's night and day. So I will have that kind of content more and more as time goes on, outside of the studio, which is my home. But within the studio, I need to have something very practical, something that allows me to shoot very quickly, the kinds of videos that help me focus just on one watch, just on a book, something like that. Hey, JB, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So yes, we're going to talk about finally what I consider to be the best release in 2022, and this is also, of course, an invitation for all of you to start dropping hints and start talking about your favorite releases of the year. It's already 2023, and you guys know that Seiko already released two watches to celebrate their 115th or 110th anniversary in wristwatch making. So, you know, we're off to a great start already, but we're still to, you know, I'm yet to talk about what I think has been the best release for me in 2022, and you know, I do want to hear from you as well. And Happy New Year, everyone. It's really been a great year for me as far as this channel is concerned, as far as the community that we have started building here, as far as the conversations that we have picked up over the years, the friends we have made, and just the wondrous ways in which this channel has grown. And some of it is very encouraging. Some of it is just silly, Corrado. I mean, sometimes I feel like, you know, I have something so interesting to show in the short videos, and you know, barely 24 people watch it. And today I post a video, and suddenly I have 1.5 or maybe 2K viewers in just this, you know, 1.3 just with the snap of my finger, because of the time I posted the short, and because the watch has Cartier on the dial. So sometimes it's silly, right? What is good content for the algorithm? It can be anything, you know. It can be the brand, it can be a certain hashtag. When you are releasing a short, it can be the kind of music you put in the background, right? I put Lil Baby on this one, and it was a Cartier watch. It took off like crazy. Like in the first hour, I had 1,000 viewers already. Never happens. Almost never happens. But when it happened, it was almost always at 4:30 p.m. my time here in LA, and had basically nothing to do with what the video was about, right? Because I remember another video that had an insane amount of viewers in the first hour, and that was about the diminutive vintage Patek Philippe chronograph, right? It was a stainless steel sector dial, possibly one of a kind Patek chronograph from 1930s, reference 130. It has nothing to. It's the opposite of a hype watch, basically, but it took off immediately and brought dozens of new viewers and even subscribers into the channel. Baby girl, thank you so much. Happy New Year's to you too. I appreciate it. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's very generous and very kind of you. So I Love Maldives asked me to focus on this model. He has one. That's one reason. But also because it's very interesting, right? Because we were kind of thinking about the question as we were contemplating the Patek Philippe Nautilus. What is the first complicated Nautilus? And some people say it is the 3710, right? This is a watch that I actually featured in one of my shorts very recently. And they do have an argument, right? At the end of the day, this was the first Nautilus that had something that did something more than just telling the time and showing the dates, right? So that's the argument that people have on their side when they say 3710, which came out in 1998, was the first complicated Nautilus. But quite frankly, is the power reserve indicator that you have here at 12 o'clock really a complication? And I don't mean to nitpick here, but I think not. You know, it's not even the kind of horological flexing of a muscle that a tourbillon is, that a remontoire is. In both cases, you can make the argument that as regulating mechanisms, as constant force mechanisms, even those are not complications. But pure and simple, I guess anything by dictionary definition that goes beyond telling time, beyond simply hours and minutes, is a complication, including the dates, which is the basis of a calendar, basically, right? So we can make that argument, but I think it's a poor argument, and it's not really, I think, deserving this particular model, as quirky as it is. As much as I actually kind of like it, for a Nautilus, not a big fan. Sorry, not sorry. I think the watch that deserves the mention when it comes to complicated watches, complicated Patek Philippe Nautiluses, is the 3712, which is the precursor, of course, of 5712, the Nautilus moon phase that is still in production under that specific reference number. And here is, by the way, I love Maldives' 3712, and I'll bring up in a second a side-to-side picture of 3712 and 5712, so we can hash out the details a little bit, and you can learn what to look at to be able to impress your friends, and tell almost at first glance what model is concerned. Again, I'm not sure if this will help you with any romantic conquests or anything, but it's a cool nerdy thing to know, to be able to tell what is a Zenith Daytona from what is just any other pre-ceramic. It's a certain kind of skill, and it just enhances, I think, your view of these little mechanical devices that we put on our wrist, that we spend so much money on. And at the end of the day, it trains your eye to look for certain details. So you might be training your eye to tell the differences between 3712 and 5712, but essentially you are actually learning to look for details, for nuances, which will help you appreciate certain things and make more discerning decisions about contemporary watches. And that training of the eye will actually help you immensely, and even more when you are in the market for any secondhand watches, right? And especially vintage watches, because you will be able to zoom in and home in a very specific way to certain aspects of the watch. But this model, just by the sheer virtue of its rarity, is very well sought after by collectors, right? Because 3712 came out in 2005, and it was, in my humble opinion, the first truly complicated Nautilus. It was quickly replaced in 2006, which is not a year among others, as you know. That's the 30th anniversary of the Nautilus. So they wanted to commemorate it in a certain way, not only by releasing 5712, but primarily releasing a new jumbo, which was 5711, of course, which made its mark in the history of the design, in the history of the brand, and you might say, in fact, in the history of luxury sports watches, pure and simple. So this is I Love Maldives' 3711. Happy New Year's again, Aiden Valento. Happy New Year, OC. I love that Cartier Movado too, but I didn't expect that more than 1,000 people would love it as well. Yes, so let's take a closer look to 3712 and 5712 side by side from Osvaldo Patrizzi's book, Collecting the Patek Philippe Nautilus. On your left, you have the 3712, and on your right, you have the 5712. I'm sure some of you can already tell the differences, but I'm gonna zoom in myself and start telling the story. And I'll start with both things that you can tell and other things that you might not be able to simply see from the pictures. Let's start with things that are rather visible. As you can see, when it comes to the 5712, the two sides of the watch, right, the big old ears of the Nautilus, of the porthole, are much more, how shall I put this, rounded. Whereas in 3712, which was again in production during 05-06 for a period that was even shorter than a year, you see how they're quite straight, right? It goes straight down here, whereas in the 30th anniversary model that came out in 2006, you have those ears, those sides of the case, those distinctive big ears rounded off. The second thing you can almost immediately notice is how the pointer date, right, that constitutes the focal point of the asymmetric dial, is enlarged in the successor model, 5712, and that has a couple of different visual effects here, right? First of all, it eats off a part of the index marker at 8 o'clock. The one at 7 disappears completely. and the one at 6 is sanded off, basically, right? Whereas you have that little nub of an index marker at 7, at 3712. You have an abbreviated but a very solidly rectangular index marker at 6 o'clock, again at 3712. And you have a more extended marker, almost a full one again, at 8 o'clock. Right? The font itself is larger and different, of course, but that's, you don't have to worry about that unless you belong to the spectrum, in which case, welcome to my world. So the other differences, you see, in a way, this might be something that is a little unexpected, but the center links, in fact, are a lot more streamlined, a lot more squared off in 5712 compared to the 3712, where you, in fact, have those center links more rounded and slightly more protruding even from the bracelet. So they're in a way more accented, whereas in 5712, in the successor model, they are more square and are in fact a little more streamlined. And of course, you will notice that when it comes to the date, again, you have kind of a perfect square with the lower half inverted in 3712, whereas the direction remains the same in 5712. The hands are slightly bigger, whereas they are slimmed down, again, a little more streamlined in 5712. This you might not be able to necessarily tell visually. Now we are moving into the case a little bit and talking about the case construction. But maybe you can already tell from the way that the crown sits a little more flush at 5712. You have a screw-down crown for the later model, whereas 3712 was a push-down crown, right? You wouldn't screw it down, but click it in, basically. And 3712 was, in an important sense, more loyal to Gérard Janta's original design, which was based on a monoblock case. So it's a two-part case construction where everything is slotted onto the case back, rather than a multi-part case construction, which, even if you might think that it's more complicated, is probably, in fact, simpler and less costly. So those are the primary differences between the two models. If you think I missed out on anything, feel free to let me know. Of course, these were the aesthetics. The case is slightly bigger in 5712 as well. If I'm not mistaken, it's also thicker. Not considerably, but a little bit. Both have that base of the caliber 240, which is the famous micro rotor movements that also started with the 39,000 generation, 3940 specifically, powering the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar as well. And it is the beating heart of 3712 and 5712-2. And that's about it. That's about it. That is the story of one of the shortest production run in Patek Philippe's serial production story. And it is the story of Patek's first genuinely complicated Nautilus. Corrado asks a very relevant question, whether concerning the material of the indices. I think in both cases it's white gold, as is usually the case, or rhodium plating of some sort. But in either case, I think it's a difference in finish, probably. Honestly, it's been a while when I had two live animals right in front of me next to each other. I think the photos might dramatize the differences between those indices a little too much. I think it's simply a matter of size and finish, and therefore how they reflect the light, rather than something more radical than that. But in general, you won't be surprised if I tell you that 3712 aesthetically is more reminiscent of 3700, the original jumbo, whereas 5712 is more reminiscent of 5711, the jumbo that replaced the original reference in 2006 and came to celebrate, along with 5712, the 30th anniversary, and was a little more streamlined, slightly larger, a little broader as well, whereas the original jumbo is I find a little more, a lot more elegant in my case. Certainly smaller, but also blockier. So pardon me. I'm glad okay, I heard Maldives sent me another reference which talks about something even more cryptic in a way, but that's a nice little difference. I think I'm not necessarily above it to address it. Let's see if I can point it out from this picture. You can see it here. You see the power reserve? When it's at its lowest, the 5712 has 4 dots, right? After 12 hours. For the last 12 hours, it has 4 dots. This one has 3. I mean, again, from one generation to another, I think the color, the blue they used for the dials have certainly changed. which I think is somehow applied through some sort of galvanization process. So I don't know if it is necessarily intentional, but those kinds of methods are pretty, I'm not going to say difficult, but they're not so straightforward to standardize and keep constant over the years. That's why you have so many variations between different marks of, or generations or series of the same Rolex model, or even the same Patek Philippe model. And you can produce this sort of arcana to then obsess over these minute differences from one to the other. And in fact, essentially, this is what the web page that Maldives sent me on the background says as well. In fact, but already by the end of the production run of 3712, you had 3712s that had 4 bars for the lowest stage of the power reserve, which, by the way, okay, I have called it arcana and somewhat unnecessary, but that's actually a good visual trick to encourage the wearer to either wind the movement themselves or shake the watch around a little bit and charge it up, because again, we were talking about the remontoire, right? Which has as a constant force mechanism this particular purpose of making sure that the amplitude remains the same and the watch doesn't actually become less and less accurate as the power reserve is drained. So by basically making it visually much more severe, that particular stage of the power reserve where it's almost depleted, the watch encourages you to wear it, wind it, especially if it's a hand-wound watch, and simply to charge it up so it performs at its best. Because most watches that don't have a constant force mechanism, and they do become less accurate when the power reserve is drained to a very large extent. So it's actually a utilitarian and not a purely aesthetic thing when they want to dramatize low power like that in the newer model compared to 3712. All right, so much for the Arcana. I hope this was okay. Maldives, thank you for being here. I didn't even know if you would be here at this time. I'm really happy that you were, so it didn't go to waste. I'm sure other people have learned from it as well, but I'm very happy for you in either case, because owning a Nautilus by now has already become quite a privileged thing. But owning a rare Nautilus like that, which when it came out in either guise, right, 3712 or 5712, was really not appreciated. We did not live at a time where people actually drooled over Lange 1s, even in early 2000s, right? So it was quite a brave thing for Lange to introduce Lange 1 as one of their 4 flagship models in 1994. But even more than a decade after, and even after so many other brands, including, for example, Jaeger-LeCoultre had introduced their takes on the asymmetric dial, say in the Reverso Grand Date, it was still an unusual thing. It was still a quirky thing. It was still a rarely appreciated thing for these sorts of big time brands to put their money and resources behind something that looked odd. So when it comes to the 3712, that was a watch that looked odd when it came out. And most people would rather have a 5711 if they knew how to appreciate an Nautilus or a Royal Oak or whatever, rather than having the first truly complicated Nautilus. And that honor, I think, belongs to 3712. That came out in 2005, even though some have argued the Comet, right, the 3710 with the power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock, that came out in 1998, actually took that. Well, you see, and that's, again, to me, that's the Lange. That's the Lange to have, because it's a Lange one in yellow gold, and it is the earlier generation, right? The double spring barrel movement that guaranteed the 72-hour power reserve. And that was based on a Jaeger-LeCoultre gear train. And you can tell that immediately by reading the script on the dial, which says Doppelfederhaus, right between the hours and minutes and seconds dial. And when you look at the movement, you can tell it by the little islands that are on that 3/4 plate, which characterizes the aesthetics of a lot of the hand-wound A. Lange und Söhne movements. In another episode, I will geek out also about the quirky layouts of the power reserves that serve a similar utilitarian purpose that I was just talking about when it comes to Lange ones as well. But I don't want to lose the 5 viewers that I have who are still listening and who have not yet fallen asleep. So, but yeah, I love that. The trivia here is, of course, that even though Lange, by and large these days, focuses on releasing these models in white gold, in pink gold, and more rarely in platinum, it was yellow gold that Walter Lange himself preferred to wear. So whenever he, had one of these models made for him, whether it was a Lange one or anything else, he preferred to have them in yellow gold. So for the true Lange enthusiast, having a Lange in yellow gold for that reason can be extra gratifying. I don't really like yellow gold, so it doesn't really mean much to me. But on paper, it means a lot, as simply a fact that this was one of the two. This was the preferred metal of one of the two founding fathers of the brand, Walter Lange and Günter Blümlein. Of course, is an important fact to note. Okay, so the next thing on the agenda is actually this piece that I was reading in a Swiss newspaper that is I'm realizing now the article itself is rather old, almost from a month ago. But since I chanced upon it on Instagram, on the Instagram website of Neue Zürcher Zeitung, which is one of the premier German language newspapers, period, and certainly the German language newspaper coming out of Switzerland. I wanted to share it with you. It's when it comes down to it, I shared it with the professor first, and he was quite dismissive about it, since he's an economist, and he thought that it was a little fluffy, that it had no numbers, no statistics, and was a little too metaphysical. I can't disagree with him, but it's still important to note that once again, the mainstream press, and not only in the US, but also in the heartland of the horological industry, is recognizing the importance of the watch market and coming to terms with the boom of mechanical watches, the bubble of mechanical watches, as a cultural event, right? As not something that simply is about investments. It's not simply about the injection of free money or cryptocurrency earnings, and people having too much time in their hands. But it is about something deeper than that. Now, I can't really vouch for all the different ways that Philipp Meyer accounted for that metaphysical charge of wearing a wristwatch. The analysis seems a little outdated to me, with all due respect. I'm sure he's not listening, but still, I want to be respectful of a journalist who clearly put some time into researching for this piece and writing the piece. That is more than what most people do on YouTube who claim to be experts. But he had an important point, Mr. Meyer. He basically realizes that mechanical watches, and this is something I always say, are in fact becoming more culturally important precisely because they are technologically obsolete, right? I keep saying this at least in two different ways. One, in the specific sense of sports watches, right? When we talk about specific sports activity watches, the dive watch, the chronograph, those two primary sports watch genres specifically, they become so much more iconographic and so much more nostalgically charged precisely because they're no longer used seriously for the activities for which they were designed, right? No one really uses wrist chronographs anymore, as gentlemen drivers used to do, to time their laps, right? When they're professionally racing, right? Or there's not, their wives are not sitting, on the stands and timing their laps for them with the chronograph they have been gifted. Nina Rindt used to do that for Jochen Rindt with her Universal Genève Compax, which became iconic in its own right. She used to be in the paddock and timing the laps for Jochen with her Universal. But that's not happening anymore, right? People who forget about, deep sea diving, immersion diving, saturation diving, I meant to say, even for scuba diving, the majority of people prefer diving computers, right? People don't, strap on a Blancpain 50 Fathoms or a Rolex Submariner, or even a Seiko diver when they want to scuba dive. Usually, they depend on the computer, even if they might be doubling up and wearing the watch specifically for something more metaphysical, something that is harder to grasp, something that is a little more delicate to put into words, something that is precisely sentimental, right? So I recognize that this article at least points the finger on something symbolic, as to why people wear wristwatches at all. And you can tell a lot about what it means already on the title, testosterone on the wrist, as it translates. It says there's a boom in the worldwide market of luxury watches, and the men are behind it, at least for the most part. And he basically has a whole shtick about the waning of masculinity and how people are obsessed with sports watches in response to that. I find that a little too facile, even though, again, he kind of corrects his course as the article unfolds and talks about all the different ways that women have started to collect watches more seriously, and they are in fact leaning for the same models, on the same models that the men are yearning for, that the men are after. But anyway, I thought it was still important because, once again, you have a mainstream newspaper, mainstream outlet recognizing the importance of luxury watches in today's world. And it has a form of analysis that, in fact, treats it more than a financial phenomenon, more than an investment trend. So, in fact, that's what I want to argue about if the professor jumps on, right? Of course, I think his point is well taken, that anything seriously researched has to involve the numbers, has to give an account for the trend that it is identifying. But I think the value of this sort of article is, in fact, in recognizing that these watches have a cultural value that, in fact, is perhaps much more important, but that certainly plays out at a different level that has nothing directly to do with the trends of how much a hype watch sells for or not. So I think that's important to recognize, and I'm sure I'll drop the link in the chat for the German speaking among you. And for those of you who don't speak German, you have Google Translate, so you can certainly get at least the general gist of what the Neue Zürcher Zeitung and Herr Mayer have spilt their ink about when they reflected on this wristwatch boom that seems to be mostly men searching for their lost manhood, which I think is, again, a very facile form of analysis, and that needs something of a different substance, if you ask me. It's a little facile, but it's a short article again, and I think the more important thing is that even the mainstream is recognizing the cultural importance of the mechanical wristwatch. It is realizing that these things, beyond costing unconscionable amounts of money, have a certain emotional charge, mean a lot to the people who wear them, whether as a family heirloom or owing to the particular history or purpose behind that model, or perhaps simply due to the prestige of the luxury brand that seems to lend it some sort of credence and legitimacy. Okay, well, I'm going to repeat the question. I don't think anyone is sharing their favorite releases of the year with me, which I feel a little odd about. Why is no one telling me what their favorite watch is, what their favorite watch release is from the last year, from 2022? I'll start with sharing mine. I think that's pretty safe. This may or may not be surprising because we talked about this watch and we talked about this brand a lot, in fact, on this channel over the year, even before the release of this watch. And more recently, when we were talking about their smaller sized 38.5 millimeter Doppelchronograph, the split-second chronograph that they produce. But what I want to share today is actually their new perpetual calendar. I'm actually preparing a full video on this watch. Hopefully I will have it done by next week. But to me, this was actually the release of 2022 for a number of reasons. I had a few close calls. I have a few honorable mentions. The Jaeger-LeCoultre Polaris Perpetual Calendar comes to mind because of the sportiness of the watch, because of the uniqueness of it on the market, right? There are not many stainless steel perpetual calendar watches on the market that are really honest to God diver watches as well, that you can actually take to water, that you can actually wear into the ocean on a rubber band if you so wish. But I really think that this watch that was released alongside the collaborative version, the black and white version that they did with Masséna Lab, was something very special. Cheers. Yeah, I just realized I have a lot of this white wine that I need to finish. So maybe the whiskey is for another day. Listen, Habring 2 gets a lot of flack because they started off by using the base of Vajou 7750 as the core of their movement. And it took them a while to start sourcing everything directly from their own contracted partners. It took them a while to start building everything from scratch. But nowadays, even if the movement shares the architecture with Vajou 7750, everything is built and finished in-house at Habring 2. And that makes sense on a number of different levels. Well, first of all, Richard Habring actually brings his expertise of making things that are easier to produce, easier to service, and simply more accessible from really specifically relating to the price tag of these things. So the fact that he uses a base that is easier to produce, easier to finish, and they do something a lot more special than the standard Vajou 7750, trust me. Well, first of all, it's a hand-wound movement in this case, right? So the main part of the architecture is already gone in the form of the rotor weight. And what you have in practically all Habring 2 chronographs, including this perpetual calendar chronograph, is a monopusher construction where everything is, in fact, reduced to and controlled from a single pusher, single pump pusher. Start, stop, and reset. Right? And what you have here again is something I think that's both aesthetically pleasing and ultimately technically impressive as well. So once again, a lot of people might say that they have used a kind of technical know-how and even modules that were born elsewhere, that they had to source from elsewhere. But the way they put it together and the way ultimately they put a unique touch on the piece was, I thought, very significant. And it just makes sense that Kurt Klaus's prodigy, Richard Habring, who, along with his mentors, I should say, Günther Blümlein, Kurt Klaus, and Richard Habring, were the people who really taught the entire industry that you can actually make these complicated watches in larger numbers. You can make them accessible to a broader public. You can, in fact, get perpetual calendars and perpetual calendar chronographs on the wrists of people who are not, captains of industry, duke of this, lord of that, or the monarch of this or that realm. So it makes sense for Habring 2 as the successor to the movement of democratizing complications to make a watch like this that is in fact accessible at a price point that is not often seen in today's world of luxury watches. Again, we're talking about a piece that's about $25,000, right, when all is said and done. So it's not a cheap watch, but when you look at perpetual calendar chronographs from those premier makers, you certainly cannot find anything that is $23.5, $25,000, much less anything that looks as elegant, as unique as this one. Certainly not one that has a monopusher execution to the chronograph. I really thought that Hapling 2, especially with their own edition, with this gorgeous salmon dial, Breguet numbers, moon phase at 12 o'clock, I thought they did something truly special with this. And again, when it comes to the actual movement, which uses the in-house chronograph movement, Chronofelix of Hapling 2, with the Dubois Deprat perpetual calendar module on top of it, which again, of course, people give flack to Hapling 2 for using a module, but they would not know probably or even care that Vacheron Constantin uses the same module on their perpetual calendars, setting it on a movement architecture and base that they have initially borrowed from Jaeger-LeCoultre anyways. So I find it very unjust that we beat a lot of smaller independent brands for going to the best makers to put together the best possible watch for their clients and give all sorts of breaks to some other brands simply because they have the name recognition, where people don't even bother to look at what's under the hood. And as you see, this is the guts of Hapling 2 Chronofelix Perpetual CFP, and all the visible components of that caliber is finished by hand, as you would expect from a maker of this caliber, no pun intended, and as you would expect as well from a watch that retails for more than 20 grand. So this is the value of the standard edition, which should be around 23.5 in euro and around the same price, maybe slightly more in US dollars. But for a perpetual calendar monopusher chronograph, I think that's not a bad deal. You are certainly getting a lot of watch for that amount of money. a few examples of your preferences. So we can go through them. Avo says Octofinissimo with the salmon dial. This was a limited edition they did for the Pisa jewelers in Milano. I'll show this. And the sector dial special edition they did for Philips. Yes, Avo is a huge fan of the Octofinissimo. I'm glad we shared that, man. And the blue ceramic Royal Oak perpetual calendar. Yeah, I love them all, and I will go through them. Yasha V. Cartier had really beautiful Cartier Paris watches, for sure. Omega had that chiming chronograph in gold. That was an interesting watch, the chrono chime with the Blancpain movement. Both are not for plain mortals. Yes, the Speedmaster chrono chime, I think, is $450,000. It's still, I'll call them up. Perhaps the AP 1550. Again, great choices. JB says this goes against most of my taste, but AP music in 37. All right. Hey, look, I think AP celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Royal Oak in style. They didn't skip a beat. I'm not trying to pun. It just flows. I think I had enough alcohol that everything I say is somehow rhyming and punning, but it's really not my intention. But including that AP music, most certainly. Basil's Bezels, the new Deep Sea was my favorite. I actually agree with this one as well. I stuck out my neck for it last time this was discussed. I think of it as really a conceptual piece, but then again, it's not, because it's actually, as absurd as it is, it's still wearable, right? It's not something that you have to wind with introducing another tool. It can be actually put on the wrist, even though it's almost a one-to-one replica or a slightly modified replica of what was strapped onto the Deep Sea Challenger. And I want to recognize that, right? Rolex's Deep Sea Challenge was basically a collector's piece made for the 10th anniversary of James Cameron's Deep Sea Challenge, for which Rolex actually made a watch, which was more or less this watch that they now introduced into the production line. And I thought it was particularly thoughtful that they used this as the occasion to sneak the titanium case material into the catalog. I thought that was a stroke of genius because it actually made sense. I mean, imagine if this paperweight were actually in stainless steel. I mean, it would be even less practical than it is now. So I thought it was quite ingenious of Rolex to make it out of titanium. I think it was thoughtful of them to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Deep Sea Challenge for and with James Cameron. And again, they used this occasion to one-up Omega, right, which had just released their own saturation diving watches that broke the record for about 2 hot seconds until they were overtaken by Rolex again. And this was just a great occasion for Rolex to introduce titanium as a case and bracelet material And I'm sure this will actually be something that they would implement in other watches in their lineup. I think titanium is here to stay, and it's not going to be a Deep Sea Challenge exclusive for too long. So let's pull up JB's choice for the watch of the year. This was the Royal Oak Music 37, which was one of the 50th anniversary editions. And it was implemented on the Royal Oak offshore case. And the dial itself was, of course, visually echoed with an equalizer, but as you can see, all the details, including the male interlinks that bind the case to the band, as well as the crown guards, all have similar connotations to the world of music and to the recording environment. And again, from my perspective, I don't begrudge them for doing something like that, because when no one was wearing the offshore, where everyone thought that it was just the wrong move for not only Audemars Piguet, but for the Royal Oak line specifically, it was the recording artists, it was the producers, it was the rappers who basically rescued the model from certain oblivion and from the basically dismissal of everyone else. So I think it's only fitting that Audemars Piguet would come out and recognize that particular connection, that specific affinity between the world of music production and the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak offshore, with a dedicated model. Again, it's not my thing. Even in the more wearable size of 37, I'm not sure if I am an offshore guy. I still prefer the Royal Oak in its original jumbo instantiation, or maybe in their kind of 90s neo-vintage mid-sized models. But this watch certainly is a very apt way to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the design. And of course, the offshore itself was something that came out after the jubilee of the model, right, which was celebrated in 1992. And I think it took Emmanuel Gueilly to introduce the offshore another year, probably. I think the offshore came out in 1993 and not 1992, which was the 20th anniversary, which was the jubilee of the Royal Oak. But nevertheless, still, the offshore is by now a recognized outgrowth of the Royal Oak line properly, and it certainly overall had had an important effect on the staying power of the Royal Oak as an iconic design. So I can't hold it against them. Yasha's choice, I had two actually. So let's look at the Omega Speedmaster Chrono Chime. I think again this is a gorgeous watch. Of course, it is mostly about flexing. It is mostly about drawing attention to the Omega Speedmaster at a level where, for most of its history, it has been absent from. Right, to a lot of the purists, it's already kind of a contradiction in terms to have an Omega Speedmaster in precious metal. But I'm sure by now people have gotten over that. But certainly having ultra complicated Omega Speedmasters is not something, and has not been something that was in the wheelhouse of Omega for quite some time. So it shouldn't surprise that they had to tap in to the expertise of their Swatch Group sister company, Blancpain, to actually produce this movement. So Caliber 1932 was actually made by Blancpain and not Omega. Speaking of the things that these sorts of big brands do and that no one necessarily talks about, no one calls them out on. And thank you, Bruce G, for recognizing. Yeah, Hoff has this, right? The Hoff has the AP Music 37. It's a great watch, man. Again, and for him, it makes absolute sense because the guy is connected with the music industry. I think it's perfect. It's perfect for him. But yeah, this is, I mean, this is a gorgeous watch. Again, who can hold it against Omega for wanting to flex their muscle? To me, this was like a mouth cleanser after that moon swatch nonsense. You know, for me, again, no one will convince me that in the long run, moon swatch didn't actually hurt the Omega Speedmaster. I will stand by that. We can talk 10 years from now and actually take stock of what really happened to Omega and to the Speedmaster. I don't deny that the moon swatch was a publicity stunt that brought a lot of attention to Swatch, that brought a lot of people into Swatch stores. But I will stand by what I said. I think it was absolutely detrimental to the Omega Speedmaster. And if Omega could do anything, I think by introducing this Chronomaster Chime, it at least cleanse the palate of all the nasty aftertaste that the moon swatch had left on it. And the unique aspect of this chiming watch is, of course, that when it's engaged, it does not chime the local time. It actually chimes the elapsed time as it is proper to a chronograph. So technically, that's something admirable. That's something significant. And you have it's in a case that's, again, relatively wearable as far as chiming watches go. And it's a visually stunning piece, from the way they highlighted the hammers with those cutouts, the Aventurine dial, and the Sedna gold, their version of the pink gold that they have used in contrast with that dial and the tachometer bezel. I think it's a great piece of design. I think along with the Jamset Speedmaster watches, it's a good way to draw attention to the Omega Speedmaster and Omega as a brand at that rarefied realm of craftsmanship, of technical and horological mastery. And I think it's a great contrast, again, from the perspective of this nerd, that distances the negative image that was put out there by the Moonswatch. It is what it is. I have to, hey, you want to know what I think, and you probably do because you're here. I'm just going to give it to you in the most unfiltered way possible. But of course, chiming watches already cost a lot. From any of the premier makers, I think you are already looking at $250,000, 350. This particular watch, which is even more rarefied and even more complicated at any rate than the average minute repeater, since it is actually a chronograph that chimes elapsed time rather than simply hours and minutes. It's priced accordingly. I'm not saying reasonably, but again, at least they made it into a canvas that displayed all the crafts that the Swatch Group could assemble and deploy in a single watch case. So I appreciate it. Again, like Yasha said, it probably belongs to such a rarefied realm that it's even impossible to talk about it among us mortals, but still. This was one of the 50th anniversary models that replaced the previous reduced-sized Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, which, if I'm not mistaken, was 15450. I think these pieces are already discontinued with the 50th anniversary rotor. I think anything that is ordered at this point in time, if you can actually get your hands on one of these pieces, will come with a standard AP rotor. Not that it should matter, not that it should discourage you from trying to get one, but I think that is the case at this point in time. At any rate, I think it's damn near impossible to get these watches, even in the reduced sized, even in the 1550 version, in the classic Bleu Nuit Nuage 50 tapisserie or the new ice blue color. I think both of those dial colors are damn near impossible to acquire. including the 37 millimeter sizing. And the 50th anniversary rotor, as far as I know, is already discontinued. So it is what it is. But yeah, I think these are handsome watches, and quite honestly, if you are not committed to the iconography of the Jumbo Extra Thin, you know, where the AP logo should be and how the watch should be proportioned in terms of the case size and the thickness, I think this watch is every bit the Royal Oak that 16202 is. It's just more compact. So clearly, 15550 with a gray dial or with a white dial, which you can reasonably get from an AP boutique, should scratch the itch for most people. And I think these were great releases. And once again, I think the 50th anniversary was genuinely celebrated in style by Audemars Piguet. I think the way they introduced an in-house caliber for the Jumbo, the way they cosmetically changed a few things about every other model, the way they kept rolling out a special dial, a special construction, one after the other. They just used the year very effectively, as they did 2012, by the way. 2012 was when they introduced the 15202, and it really leased a new life on to the model, and it really provided an incredible springboard for Audemars Piguet before we even entered this genuine boom for wristwatches, and before the Royal Oaks became practically cast in unobtainium during the pandemic and beyond. So let's look at the two models that Avo has highlighted for us. I think this one is still available. So let's start with that. The one that Bulgari designed and introduced in collaboration with Philips. It has this sort of kind of khaki gold kind of accent on a so-called scientific dial, or sector dial, as it's also called, which it refuses to interrupt with even small seconds. I think that is pretty unique, because all the other limited and special editions that Bulgari did of the Octo Finissimo, I think all basically preserved the same layout that had that off-center small seconds setup. You know, again, of course, Octo Finissimo, it's not being properly a Gerald Janta design, builds on what was a model that Gerald Janta designed for Bulgari, and that was Octo Roma. And unsurprisingly, it also plays with that octagonal shape in its interplay with the circle specifically, and in the way that it is layered, as if to somehow invoke this or evoke this image of Rome as a city that has these distinct civilizational and historical layers that it still preserves and sublimates into a unique urban form. So I really appreciate the design of this watch. I love the way it sits on the wrist, and I think again, I'm usually just a hairline away from pulling the trigger on one of these, and I'm just waiting for really the right model to come up, the right dial color or dial configuration. I really fell in love with the Salmon dial one that I will highlight next, but that was like a limited run of 10 or 15 watches, so there was no way that I would get one, since it was all dedicated to a Milano-based jeweler. But I think these pieces are still available. And as it happens, this is in fact also something that celebrated the 10th anniversary of the model. The Octofinissimo itself came out in 2012. So that's one reason why they were particularly trigger happy with all these special editions last year. And I think especially in titanium, the Bulgari Octofinissimo remains a very striking watch, a very unique watch, and really a design, something that contributes a unique design perspective to the entire genre of so-called integrated bracelets watches, so-called sports chic watches, because I like it better in stainless steel, but in titanium, at that fine, sleek level of construction, the way it sits on your wrist, it almost disappears, right? On a wrist like mine, it also is completely covered, of course, by the wrist hair. So it really completely disappears to the wearer, first and foremost. But it is also such a distinct watch. It is also such an italicized piece of design that it draws other people in, that it remains visible to others. So it has that sort of tension where it seems to almost disappear for you as a wearer, when it is almost theatrically present to people around you. And that, I think that's a very charming thing. This version apparently was made in 50 pieces and is priced at 16,900 Swiss francs, which is a small premium, admittedly, on the standard titanium edition. Again, this not only has the unique dial, the scientific dial, the sector dial, which is accentuated by those oversized Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock, but it is also very unique and balanced compared to everything else that has preceded it, because it also eliminates the small seconds, which gives something of a mysterious charge to the design, and something that lines it up with those original Audemars Piguet Royal Oaks, which is of course the source of the genre, right? Where you don't, in fact, have a running second sand, because who needs that, right? So the next one that again Avo highlighted for us was this one. There are similarities between the two designs, but of course they are actually very distinct. As you can see, this model, like most of everything else, has preserved the small seconds at 7 o'clock on the dial. Everything seems beautifully engraved or cut out from the dial, including the 12 and 6. And I like the fact that once again you have a satin brushed dial, as you do in the titanium versions of the watch, but the grain is shifted at an angle that puts an extra layer or extra spin on the distinction of the visual lines between the case, bracelet case, and the bezel and the dial itself, which in the standard titanium version is actually brushed in a very straightforward vertical way, which helps it actually blend in with the rest of the watch, giving it this sort of uniform monochromatic aesthetic. I really like the color. I really like just the grain with which that dial is finished. And I like the reference to the facade of the actual jeweler, which has that sort of pinkish hue on the storefront, right? To kind of have that reflect on the face of the watch, I think is really a stroke of genius. I think that's really a cool thing that they did for what was a loyal retailer to them. Avo says, I prefer the elimination of the small seconds. Hey, that's the Philips collaboration, and it still remains available. And this was really cool. And I think it was, yeah, it was roughly $17,000. So practically, again, just at a slight premium on top of the, not even probably, because European prices are usually listed including the VAT. So it's practically the same, but it was a limited edition of 15, which I think was sold out the minute that it was announced, because it was really made for Pisa Jewelry and, of course, their own loyal customers. When it comes to the when it comes to the blue ceramic Royal Oak Perpetual calendar, that was a guilty pleasure for me too. I really wanted to hate it when I saw it at the Philips Watches auction preview in New York, but it's just a beautiful piece. It's really a gorgeous piece. It is too blue for me. I don't think that I would want to wear something like this. You know, if I must buy something at that segment, if I could actually shoot for something like an AP Royal Oak Perpetual calendar in ceramic, I would love the black one, I think. But the dial is amazing. I like the execution of the moon phase, which has that beautiful starry background and the realistic depiction of the moon. And of course, it has everything else that an AP perpetual calendar should have, right? Moon phase at 6 o'clock, months and the leap year at 12 o'clock, date at 3 o'clock, day of the week at 9 o'clock, and finally, weekly calendar, which is pointed on that chapter ring, or Reho, really. This particular edition, which I stupidly forgot to film, actually has as something that makes it one of a kind, a customized rotor weight that depicts the Eiffel Tower, because the watch itself was bought from the Paris boutique. So the person who commissioned it wanted something to commemorate that fact, and AP was more than happy to oblige. Let me see if I can pull it up very quickly from their listing. Yeah, right here. It was lot 88A from the Philips New York Watch Auction 7, and it was sold on December 10, 2022 for 441,000, I should say. And this is the customized rotor that has Tour d'Eiffel as the centerpiece of the weight. Okay. So what else did we have? Yasha has a good point here. Rolex basically did it 2 times. Absolutely pointless material use without anyone noticing. The first was the titanium clock on a bracelet, which is the endearing name Yasha gives to the new 50 millimeter deep sea challenge in RLX titanium. And they also introduced, and let's take a look at that quickly, for the Yachtmaster 42, a new dial. And I think that was exclusive to the white gold as well. I don't think it's available for the yellow gold 42. It has Falcon Eye dial exclusively for Yachtmaster 42 in white gold. Again, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Yachtmaster. I actually loved this watch ever since it came out in pink gold. I think Yachtmaster 40 is a beautiful and beautifully proportioned watch. I have a friend who has basically as his everyday wearer a Yachtmaster 42 in white gold. And I mean, I think it's a great watch. And I admittedly, it does fly under the radar pretty heavily with its matte black dial. So I think to add something special to it, um, to add to it that bit of visual interest at about 2,500 of a surcharge, from 30.5 to 33,100. I think it's kind of cool, actually, Yasha. I know it's nothing to run home about, right? We gave up on expecting Rolex to give it an actual go. We already gave up on expecting anything from Rolex. They do truly have these minute cosmetic arrangements and just minimal technical advancements from one generation to another, and much less from one year to the next. So I know it's nothing to write home about, but when Rolex gives us, something this small, it means something. You have to look at it in context, and I think it is a worthy upgrade for the Yachtmaster 42 in white gold. And I've always loved Rolex's tradition of ennobling what are usually their top of the line models with these sorts of semi precious, unique, and rare dials. I think it's been something, I think it's something cool that Rolex always did for the day dates, for Datejust, for the Daytona, and very rarely and uniquely for some other models. And I like seeing it reflected in other parts of the lineup where it makes some sense, at least an aesthetic sense, to introduce something different, something that is unique, something that involves a semi-precious stone dial. Excuse me. Aiden says Rolex, Rolex. It's I'm a Rolex fanboy at heart, so it doesn't take a lot for me to say something positive about Rolex. Yeah. Bruce G asks an important question, and it actually has a positive answer, but I think it's sold out. I don't know if it is something that they will reintroduce, but absolutely. Um, Basically, this is the murdered out version of the Octofinissimo. This is the all black version of Bulgari's Octofinissimo. It is the Goth Lord edition of the Octofinissimo. It comes in all sandblasted ceramic, and it comes also at a slight premium on the all titanium version, and at a significant premium from the all stainless steel version. I think it has even less water resistance. No, I think it has the same water resistance as the titanium one at 30 millimeters, but it also, the stainless steel one has 100. They're all based on the same, you know, I think this is beautiful as a micro rotor caliber. And it's also a decent performer in a sense, because as far as I know, it's yeah, it has 60-hour power reserve, which puts it ahead of a lot of its competitors in this kind of luxury sports watch range. And even though the standard, OG Octofinissimo in titanium, in sandblasted titanium, is already quite sleek and rather dark, the black ceramic takes it up a notch. But again, at 17,400, it's basically 5K more than the stainless steel version of the watch. And I think I'm trying to see the titanium one. Yeah, I think the titanium one is like 15,600 or something like that. Does it not even, is it not even on the page anymore? That's interesting. Okay, they might be up to something with the titanium model. Perhaps they're introducing a different version of it. But yeah, it's not even on the page. It doesn't even say sold out anymore, which it used to. But it used to be priced around 15,000, 15,600 maybe, and the ceramic is even more expensive than that. Yeah, let me take a quick break, and I will be right back with you in about 10 minutes. All right, I'm back. Yes. So JB says I tried that one on at the airport, and I remember JB, you were saying that you actually quite liked how the Octofinissimo looked and felt on the wrist. So, but I did not realize it was the ceramic that you put on. But it makes sense. I mean, I think honestly, I think it looks great in stainless steel, but it probably makes more sense to get something like that in titanium. That was how it was designed, and that's how it makes even more sense from a conceptual perspective, from the perspective of Fabrizio Bonamassa, who was the designer and still is the designer who iterated um, Janta's Octoroma to finally um, achieve the Octofinissimo. Right here, Fabrizio Bonamassa Stigliani says, this is his original concept. Um, to make it first of all a self-winding watch, but to make it sleek, worthy of that finissimo moniker, they had to implement a micro rotor, which actually, again, they can be finicky, they can be low on power reserve, but they poured enough time and financial resources into it that uh, they actually have a pretty decent movement, which gives you 60 hours of power reserve on that platinum micro rotor. I want to double check this. Well, I want to make sure if it winds in both directions, if it winds bilaterally, but I can't be sure. Let me see. So the movement is called BVL 138. Um, yes, yes. So BVL 138 is only 2.23 millimeters thick, which allows the case to scale under 6 millimeters in total. Actually, it's less than that. It's 5.5 millimeters in thickness in that um, original titanium form. Um, and the platinum weight actually is bidirectional, so it winds in both directions in which the rotor turns, which makes it much less finicky in terms of both operating and charging. Uh, and that is usually the curse of a lot of micro rotor movements. That's pretty impressive, actually. I think probably behind Chopin's Caliber 96 series, the BVL 138 is pretty respectable as a micro rotor caliber. Pretty good. Quite amazing. JB says, lovely and thin as a saltine cracker. Not sure if that's a compliment or not, JB. I don't know if that's a compliment. Keep them coming, by the way. If I know a lot of you already shared at least one model that they singled out from all the releases of the year. I shared one, but I will also share a runner-up as well. And I mentioned the runner-up already, and that is the Polaris Perpetual Calendar. And I love this watch, and I talked about it to such an extent that at some point some of the people in the audience wanted to name it the official watch of the channel, which I wouldn't begrudge them. By the way, you're seeing the January 1st price increase here. This was 32,800. Now it's 33 flat. It's incredible, right? It's like the old school taxi. It keeps running up the meter, with every ticking second, as if it's not only customary but obligatory to have a price increase every year, if not multiple times a year. They have made it a habit now. Every year there's a price increase, and why not, right? So this is my second choice. I actually quite love this dial, and I think when it comes to the Jaeger-LeCoultre Polaris, the dial becomes actually more interesting, and it gains more of more dimensionality, more depth, the more complicated the watch is. That's why I really like the Polaris chronographs and Polaris world time chronographs, and especially this Polaris perpetual calendar. As you see, it has this sort of gradient or perhaps smoked effect where it starts with almost pitch black, which fades into very deep blue, which then gradually blends into a much more rich kind of RAF blue, the Royal Air Force's blue, that you would recognize, especially if you are from the UK. I also like the fact that you have those distinct rings for every single subdial that are just a couple of shades darker, and then you have that sort of radial guilloche finish in every single one of them. That adds yet another bit of visual interest into the whole mix. There are a few things that I really like about Jaeger-LeCoultre's perpetual calendar movements, perpetual calendar modules. First of all, they can be adjusted synchronically from a single pusher, and that is quite advantageous, especially when you think of what kind of watch we are talking about here: a sports watch, a dive watch, for which the integrity of the case, the seal of the case, the water tightness of the case is of utmost import, right? So you don't want to have pusher in every corner where you basically compromise at each step some part of the integrity, or you have to at least find a way to make up for a possible breach. Whereas with this watch, because it inherits the Kurt Klaus module of the perpetual calendar, it basically deals with the perpetual calendar from a synchronic standpoint, which once again makes everything much more practical and foolproof in a way, right? So you can't arrange this calendar in some sort of fictional configuration, right? The way you arrange this calendar is always going to align in terms of the year, month, date, day of the week, and the phase of the moon. And as you see, it actually shows the phase of the moon in both hemispheres, right? Here in graphic terms, and here through the pointer, northern, southern. And as with any other Polaris, it also has an extra crown, which allows you to adjust the inner timing bezel, which again adds another layer of foolproof functionality to this watch. Something that the Richemont brands have been consistently introducing, especially in terms of their luxury sports pieces, something that you also see in the Cartier Santos, in the Vacheron Constantin overseas. Here you see in the Jaeger-LeCoultre Polaris in the easy exchange bracelet band system. It's incredibly straightforward to remove the bracelet and change it into the rubber bands, or change it, if you would like, into a leather band as well that fits the same system. Unlike some of the entry-level models, they have not cheapened out, and they have kept the solid gold rotor weight in this model. I appreciate that. And as far as machine finishing goes, I think the movement looks visually interesting and captivating enough to deserve an exhibition. And again, between the precious metal rotor weight and heat blued screws and the rubies, etc., you have enough that razzle dazzle around to go around to again to somehow justify the exhibition case back. And once again, this being priced around $32,000, $33,000, it is a relative value proposition. And as you all know, once these things start appearing on the secondary market, that's when you find the real value. That's why we love brands like Jaeger-LeCoultre. That's why we love brands like Breguet, because as collectors, as enthusiasts, we can get great deals on the secondary market. And in this case, you get a true blood sports watch, a real dive watch that gives you the dignity and prestige of a serious complication in the perpetual calendar in a form that is wearable on a daily basis and at a level of technical sophistication that is not left wanting and that is not left lacking when it's compared to the products of more elite makers, whether we are talking about the Vacheron Constantin overseas perpetual calendar, Royal Oak perpetual calendar. You are not really lacking in technical terms. You are not lacking in terms of practicality and wearability. In fact, in a way, you are, with a stainless steel watch, in fact, gaining in terms of practicality, in terms of a certain pragmatism, and in terms of functionality, as I said, with something that is so easy to adjust and so practical in its display of 4-digit year, AM, PM, moon phase, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, and everything else. And with the addition of a timing bezel, you basically have everything but the kitchen sink in terms of a sporty perpetual calendar, really at a fraction of the price compared to its competitors, which don't even offer this sort of complication at the level of a stainless steel sports watch. Hey, Chris, how are you doing, man? I wish I knew a thing or two about football, and I could make some small talk. But I know Kansas City has a good team that won the Super Bowl a few years ago, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know anything about these things, man. But thank you for being here. I hope you are interested in watches. I have a few things to say about those. Yeah, so the Polaris Perpetual Calendar for me was one of the highlights of the year, certainly. I have mentioned the Habring 2 Perpetual Calendar chronograph, which was my choice for the release of the year. I want to bring attention to that once again. I hit the like button, by the way, guys. If you have been listening and if you have been enjoying the show, if you have learned anything from it, please hit the like button. It really helps, and it genuinely gives me just a little bit of exposure. A very good team. JB's Buffalo Bills have a very good team also. Yeah, Buffalo Bills, I'm a little more familiar with it from a historical perspective. The name, I didn't even know the Kansas City Chiefs before they won the Super Bowl. I didn't even know of their existence, which, again, Chris, please don't get offended. It doesn't say much because I just don't watch the sport. I don't know anything about it. But Buffalo Bills, I was familiar with the franchise even before that. I think it was because I had some friends in Buffalo, upstate New York. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that either. So yes, the Habring 2 Perpetual Calendar Monopusher Chronograph was for me the release of the year for offering this kind of design, this sort of beauty, and that kind of functionality and complication under $25,000, which again is a lot of money, of course, but which for this particular segment is rightly classified as a bargain. I thought all of these were very good arguments for the Habring 2 Chronofelix Perpetual. It's also a very wearable watch at 38.5 millimeters. And it is also relatively thin, scaling right at 13 millimeters as well. So for all that it packs in terms of functionality and design, it also strikes me as something that you can wear day in, day out. You know, we have been thinking a lot about one watch kind of approach. You know, we were imagining what would be the one watch to rule them all, what would be a great one and done. I hope the professor can join me maybe for the last half an hour, 1.5 hours that I have left here. But I know he is looking for a piece that's heavy, right? That has significant heft and symbolic weight. So I understand why he wants to shoot for a platinum day date, because that's the kind of statement piece where you have an instant flex, where you have almost an explicit signaling of your top dog status. I understand that. I respect that. But this would be the one watch for the guy who is emotionally invested almost in high horology, right? For someone who cares about complications. For someone who has a certain commitment to the aesthetics of the complicated dress watch. Because at the end of the day, this is the kind of piece which looks like 1518, right, with minor tweaks, which is, of course, the very first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph that Patek Philippe released in 1941. This is the kind of piece that, again, evokes the image of Universal Genève tri-compacts from around the same era, right? It was actually released in 1944 to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Universal Watch as an independent manufacturer and as one of the premier makers of chronographs in that mid-century era. So it is that kind of watch, right? If you want one watch, right, that would be a solid statement for the horologically inclined, for those who care about complications, and for those who value the aesthetics of that mid-century complicated dress watch. This is an amazing option, right? Precisely because it has everything going on visually that those watches would have, but it is modern, it is contemporary, and it is in stainless steel. So what more can you ask for in terms of a watch that would give you all that you would need for an everyday wearer? I get a lot of that from my Universal Genève from the same time period as 1518, right? From 1944, roughly, that I have it in the jumbo stainless steel case, which is 37 millimeters. I love it. Let me go grab it actually, so I can show it to you. But I really appreciate something like this because I know that vintage watches are not for everyone. That not everyone wants to invest even a fraction of the money that they would invest for something like this into a vintage watch. Yeah, absolutely, JB. You should certainly jump on the stream. You can do it whenever you like, but if you want to do it later in the week, be my guest. If you want to do it, sooner than later, that's fine as well. Okay. Do you guys hear this? Yes. So yeah, this is my Universal. I have to advance the month. This is, of course, far from a perpetual calendar. It's a humble triple calendar with the chronograph and the moon phase indicator at 12. And I absolutely adore it. And I got a cracking deal for, I got a great buy on it. So I'm very happy with it. But of course, the modern is always more interesting for some. Oh, what do I have here?
Hey, what's up?
JB, how are you doing, man?
Good.
Nice to have you here.
Got Primo unbox for the punters. You guys want to see?
Yeah, let me give you the full screen.
So, can you tell what brand it is from the box?
I won't ruin it for everyone else. You get to introduce it. It's your stage now. The big H.
What do we have?
Nice.
So, ties are going out of fashion, but
Yes.
there's going to be always a time where you want to wear a powerful tie.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. The way they box it up is really cool too. But
Mhm.
yeah, you always have to have it in the professional setting. Though you have to be careful wearing Hermes. If you're kind of a junior person in the office, it can be kind of a negative thing, believe it or not. But if you're going out, absolutely makes no difference. But I would give that disclaimer in the professional setting.
Yeah, I understand that. Sometimes people say that about certain luxury watches as well. You don't want to seem to upstage or want to upstage your superiors, so to speak. I understand that. But it's cool, man. I mean, you can't go with an Hermes tie if you are gonna wear a tie. Um, that's absolutely worth it.
Here, I can switch to the computer.
Okay,
All
you're
right, I'll
coming.
come right back.
Okay, all right. I'll send the link again just so you have something to click on instantly if you. Yeah. Of course, the burnt orange box is more immediately recognizable, but they do, they try. Hermes is not exactly what you would call perhaps a fashion brand. They don't. I feel like they never try as hard as Louis Vuitton or some of the other players, but they still try to integrate something youthful, something different to do. Oh yes, Chris. Of course I did. Um, I think you already know. I mean, since you're asking this question, you probably know that I'm a huge fan of the Reverso as a model. But I think you're talking about the white gold Reverso that they did with the enamel painting on the back. Um, let's pull that up as my friend JB is getting ready to come back. We can pull up the watch that Chris is talking about to the screen. Yeah, so they actually had a lot of interesting watches in that little editorial. Um, oh, you meant the steel editions? Okay, we can go back to those as well. But I really appreciated this recent edit they did. They have these beautiful André Saint Genève white gold in those classic cases in the World Timer configuration. They have a Cartier Tank Chinoise. They have a Gérald Charles, which was basically the brand that Janta built after Bulgari bought the name of the brand from Hourglass. They have a full hunter case Moza. Hey.
How's it going, young Brando?
Good. Growing into middle age, but it's okay.
Yes. Another year down. Another year started. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. How are you doing?
I'm good. I sent you can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I sent you 2 pictures on Instagram if you want to pull up from last night, New Year's Eve. Out downtown.
Sorry, I didn't realize that you also sent sound effects. So let's see that.
Yeah, you should probably turn that off. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wasn't expecting it at first.
So you see, they had to have on-duty firemen there for the pyrotechnics. It was a little obnoxious, but that was on, from the top of one of the big hotels downtown.
Downtown, are we saying it?
Yeah, but
no. Okay.
Yeah, in a big city
where everything is. Yeah, somewhere in the south. Yeah, man, Happy New Year. These things were keeping me up at night. The fireworks.
Were they?
Yeah, a little bit.
In a lot of parts of the world, that's such a fire risk. I don't know in the California ones this season's been quite as bad, but I mean every opportunity where you've got dry spells and risk of that. I just think it's a little careless. Besides blowing your hand off.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't get too bent out of shape about it. There is a side of me that's very thrifty. That's very, I don't know, very frugal. So I find it a little too extravagant for my liking to literally blow money into the air. Before we get into, how triggering it can be for, say, veterans, how hurtful it can be to animals, etc. But, again, I don't want to grandstand on something that people do for celebratory occasions. People do whatever they want.
Yeah.
But I feel it's a little too, too vain to literally blow money. But then again, I smoke cigars, which is literally like rolling up $10 bills and lighting them up to see how they burn. Right. So it's, it is what it is. I understand that everyone has their vice, so to speak.
So what were you doing at midnight?
I was trying to fall asleep. I told you, man. It's
right.
I'm a good boy. I was not trying to get into any trouble. I was being
okay. All right. Yeah, it was good. I've been to a couple of the retailers, a couple of stores that I like, that are at shopping centers around here. Peter Millar, they've got decent stuff, and Vince. I don't know if you've looked at either of those, but
Vince, I'm not very familiar, but I know Peter Millar, and I have a friend who actually works for them in Boston.
Yeah. I think they stay on top of things. I mean, for the most part, on casual stuff.
I do like that new tie.
Yeah. I
You know,
haven't worn one in a long time, but I think, there's some times where you want to go and wear a nice tie like that.
yeah, look, I mean, again, I don't, I think ties are in a way like mechanical watches. They have been like that for a while, right? In the sense that even before the pandemic, the dress codes have been so relaxed in most settings that maybe only certain finance guys, certain people in banking, in very highfalutin executive positions had to wear one. Lawyers.
Government positions.
Yeah, like politicians of a certain level. But even then, it's like a uniform. You have to
It
wear
is.
a tie that's really not loud in any way. Like, you are, as a politician, unless you are DJT, unless you are number 45, you are not wearing an Hermes tie.
Right.
You
But if you
don't.
think about maybe religious occasions where people dress up.
Sure. I mean, that's a tie you can wear to church for sure. That's a tie you can wear to the temple. Yeah, I'm sure it will get a lot of compliments in some of the temples here from my Iranian uncles.
Right. But you see when you
They
can
love
see
that
people that are dressed up to the nines and they've got really nice cufflinks on and no tie.
Oh, okay. Don't get me started. Again, I keep saying there are no rules, but for me, if you're wearing cufflinks, you have to keep your jacket on and you have to have a tie on. I mean, or if you want a bow tie, but if you're wearing cufflinks, you can't have an open neck shirt like I do here, for example. I think that's too much.
Yeah.
But yes, ties. I love wearing ties, but again, they have gone the way of mechanical watches, so it's in fact perhaps more of a statement. You have to put yourself together in a certain way for it to make sense, because you are certainly saying something by wearing a tie. You are not just fulfilling an obligation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Hermes ties are famously kind of goofy patterns where they've got animals that are in funny positions. As we scroll through this one with was that a
Yeah, this is
leopard?
a
Black.
Singapore limited edition Hermes Arceau watch. It's apparently a pun about the name of the city, because Singapore means apparently in Sanskrit lion city. So that's the image of a lion there.
Wow.
Hiding on the dial. I mean, Hermes has done some interesting things this year with watches. I think their Le Temps Voyageur, the World Time watch, was pretty interesting, and it was richly rewarded in the GPHG, in the Grand Prix, because it won both the men's and women's complication prizes. And this is the same case, just the simple time-only version of it that draws attention to the painting. I just realized it wasn't this piece that Chris pointed to, but this is also just a new limited edition that Mr. Porter came out with for the Reverso, in white gold, with this Basket Vive guilloche dial, and then an enamel painting. Well, yeah, look at that.
Wow.
And an enamel painting on the back, which is even crazier. I mean, it's an $80,000 watch, so it better also make your morning coffee. But this is pretty good already.
Oh. Yeah, you see, I guess the other production watch that would be hand painted would be the World Time, the Patek.
Mm-hmm. I mean, those are even more special in a way, because they are baked in the same way to set in the colors, but they also involve these sorts of golden threads that are even thinner than a human, than a piece of human hair. So that has another level of artistry literally woven into it. But yes, the inverse side paintings on the Reverso are quite quite special. This is the model that Chris was talking about, the stainless steel at $7,800. It's the Classique, so this is the reduced size, basically, when you think of it from the side of the modern proportion. And
what cathedral is that?
This is, I think that's the, I want to say it's the one in Milano, but I don't remember the name. What was it?
I don't remember. I wouldn't know, but
Duomo. That's what it's called. It's like a Gothic cathedral called Duomo. It's in Milan.
So this is etched by hand?
Engraved.
Or engraved by hand?
Yeah.
What do these go for?
This is 7,800. So, it's yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I would rather get the Grantai or the large size in in some complicated shape or form, but I think this is a pretty classy version.
The ones that I've actually seriously thought about with the Reverso, and I know you're not the hugest fan of, is the one that's blue on one side and white on the other, and it's kind of the yin and the yang.
So Chris says it was 4 different editions actually, and you could kind of get the gist of it from the box here. Let me see. It says celebrating a decade of style in the fashion capitals of the world. So those are Milan, London, Paris, Milan, as RuPaul says. So that's London, Paris, New York, and Milan. I think they may have sold out, Chris, of the other ones.
Yeah, they're cool. It's funny, you've got that really nice engraving on it, and it was designed as a polo watch to be flipped over and protect the face.
Oh wow! I mean, the others are pretty unique too. Paris one has the Eiffel Tower. New York has the Statue of Liberty, and London has the Queen Elizabeth Tower and the Palace of Westminster. That's a pretty thoughtful 4-piece edition there. I like it. I'm not sure if they have sold out or if I simply couldn't locate it immediately on the website. I think they may have sold out. No, London is there. Okay, they're here. Oh no, it is sold out. Okay, London one is sold out. This is, where is the design?
Big Ben.
Yeah, Big Ben and Westminster. It is sold out though. The New York one is sold out too.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's a pretty kick-ass engraving. I mean, the face doesn't look anything like it, but that's not the woman I know.
You know what's cool about the engravings though? It reminds me of Americana tattoos, where it's the single straight lines, and those lines have to be just perfectly and straight. You can tell between a cheap tattoo artist and someone who's really good is how straight and crisp these lines are, even from one to another.
Mm.
The outline of these, I mean, you've got to be just perfectly steady, and you can tell. You can tell when someone's got good work done versus not. Is someone that doesn't even have tattoos. So
Yeah, I don't have tattoos either, so I'm not an expert by any stretch of imagination, but I can appreciate it. I mean, you can see the difference between a shoddy work and good work if you have an eye for detail. If you have looked at art once every so often, you can understand tattoos too, even if you don't have anything on you. Chris says Milan is the only one that's not yet sold out. That seems to be the case. I think it's at a slight premium, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the price. So it's not really unexpected that they would sell out, because the regular version is 69. Look, this is the simple version of it, 6,900.
but don't you think these releases, when they're doing limited editions like this, are starting to kind of combat the overall trend to say, you can pick up kind of the grand calendar or one of those nicer models on the secondary market when they can release 500 here with, something extra?
That I think, JB, that's exactly what they're trying to do, because I think they are realizing, especially in year 2023, they're realizing how informed their average customer is, right? You know this even better than everyone else, that sometimes knowing a little is worse than ignorance.
Right.
That's granted, but at least people who work for these kinds of brands now understand that their average customer comes with a certain level of expectation and a certain level of knowledge. So they know that they have to offer something really special and not just pop a little champagne for them to make the sale. And places like Mr. Porter have had that eye for detail already, have that eye for providing something unique, something of a story. That's why they always editorialize as much as they are trying to sell a commodity. They always know that they have to have a narrative that goes with the product.
I think it's a great strategy, to be honest. Especially if you've maybe not held to the numbers, or at least put more product out there than perhaps you should have. I think some of the watch companies that are trying to get back into the primo level have put so much junk out, for not junk, but a variety of basic kind of watches, and now they're trying to get to the upper echelon with really cool movements. I mean, a couple like IWC, they've got really great stuff, but man, they put so much junk out for a while, and reining that in takes time. One watch that I was thinking of is the green IWC that came out from last year.
1 second, I will bring it up, but I wanted to say to Maldives, I sent it to you on Instagram directly, Maldives, because the link itself is too long. Rather than going through shortening it, etc., I just sent you the link. Which green one? The Petronas
green. Yeah, the Lewis Hamilton.
Okay, the Mercedes team edition, right? Yeah, let's pull it up. I actually, I was very close to getting that watch until
you were.
Yeah, until I found a great deal on the Breguet Type 20. That's when I picked up my Breguet. But I was basically shopping for a chronograph, and I came very close to getting it. But man, I'm not gonna make a whole thing about this, but with the black dial, okay, I'll pull it up. but yeah, I mean, IWC makes me cringe sometimes with the whole big pilot heritage for obvious reasons. Again, I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about it, so I couldn't bring myself to get it. But ultimately, I think that's a very cool watch because they have had a long-standing commitment to Mercedes and Mercedes AMG for a long time. They have had a partnership with the Petronas team for quite some time as well, making watches for Toto Wolff, for Lewis Hamilton. So it was about time that they did something like this, that they issued to the entire team, actually. As you might remember, they debuted this watch in Miami last season, where every single member of the team was wearing one, basically.
For sure.
And I think it's a cool looking watch. I think I have wrist rolls of this on my channel from a while ago.
It hits the cool factor. I mean, I think you get two bands as well. Doesn't it come with a black and a green?
Yes, sir. It comes with
I'm not the hugest fan of the green. I mean, that's a little too loud for.
It comes with the full rubber band, and it comes with that hybrid strap that's largely black with contrast stitching.
And these are not small watches. These are 43, I think.
41.
41?
43, I wouldn't even consider it, trust me. But 41, I could barely pull it off. Let me see where it is again. Ah, right here. No, this is not it. This is the standard Pilots. Where the hell? Oh, okay. It's here. And it's in titanium too, so I actually like that effect. You know, it makes in real life, it makes the contrast a lot better, and it makes the watch actually a lot more subtle overall, especially when you wear it on that hybrid strap.
It doesn't shine quite as much as stainless.
No, it's a pretty good one.
But then is a 2022 release in Miami, and the stars were out that day. You know, I mean, if you were a photographer at that event, you would probably get wrist shots of, some of the best.
Oh yeah, they were all there. I sent you the link to the page, Maldives, in the back. Let me know if you find it there. If not, you have to explain it to me a little more so I know what we're talking about. Yeah, this was a 2022 release as well, so good call on that. Oh yeah, I was Chris. I was actually earlier. I was on Watch Nicholas's show, and Curly made an offhand comment about how New York City is the capital of chop shopping watches, and I was trying to say it's actually much more of a global practice. Unfortunately, a lot of watches that you see in I'm not talking about any of the very iconic models you just happen to get, JB, don't worry about it. But sometimes when they present certain pieces as one of a kind, etc., there are very fishy stories behind them, and sometimes the provenance is not very clear. So there's always a chance that it may have been manufactured or cosmetically enhanced or supplemented at some point during that trajectory. So Chris actually is seemingly a very knowledgeable person. Periscope is is actually a very good student of horological history, and he has these sorts of exposés from about basically a lot of the models that appear in the auction circuit and on some of the select retailers, and especially if they are trying to pass something off as something that it isn't, and something that is more glorious in its provenance. Jose has a knack of exposing them.
So what's the timing on these where with this trash Cartier?
Wait, he was the one who exposed the recent auction of the fake Cartier crash, which he calls Cartier trash.
No, but I'm wondering the timing on it. So they basically put the lot out, and then he writes the article as he does some research on it, and then
yeah.
Or was it after the auction?
They refused to pull it. They refused to pull it down. He actually tried. He actually wrote it in hopes of them owning up to their mistake, because he has a pretty solid case about it.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty compelling to me. I read it after the auction, but after I went through every single thing that he said about it, I was like, how could they let this happen? Yeah. And again, you know, I have to be honest with you. I'm not an expert of Cartier crash. So he makes a pretty compelling case, but if there's a counter case, I'm ready to listen to it. Right?
I'll take a look.
Maybe there is an explanation to actually selling this as a genuine Cartier crash, but he makes a pretty good case that it actually is a fake watch.
Wow.
Possibly not a Cartier.
I'm guessing Phillips Insurance is going to cover this because.
Well, I mean, if it's proven, if the buyer takes an issue with it, because it actually, let me see, I think it sold for more than $250,000. So it's not chump change, I tell you. I mean, you know, this piece, by the way, was on the cover of that.
Oh, for sure. It was the featured. That's why I was wondering about it with the timing of it, because it was on every one of their pamphlets on the advertisement. I guess they've got my tracker, but at some of the sites I go to, you'll see this one, and it was featured on a lot of the online advertising.
Yeah, it sold for. So this was lot 9 at the recent New York auction of Phillips. And it sold for $453,600. And allegedly, it's not an authentic Cartier London crash. And you can read the case that Jose Perez presents in the link that I just posted to the chat. More recently, and this is actually referring to a much earlier auction, so the timing is not always the same, JB, to answer the earlier question you asked, where they basically passed off this Frankenstein, one-of-a-kind white gold Rolex Daytona as a unicorn, when it was clearly enhanced by some, some changed parts. I have actually read this piece a couple of days ago, Chris, and I was appalled. I mean, I knew that bracelet was an enhancement, that it didn't belong to the watch. I knew that, to be sure. the first time I saw this watch, when Goldberger actually takes it off his wrist in that first episode ever of Talking Watches, which is pretty iconic, of course, with the charcuterie knife that pops open many a case back, as you guys know. But it is the watch that is on John Goldberger's wrist in that episode of Talking Watches. And Perestroika basically goes through every detail of the watch that more or less admits that this was, in fact, a white gold Daytona case that seems to be otherwise unique and otherwise produced by Rolex and not simply a prototype. But he says that the bracelet is, of course, retrofitted to it from another Rolex watch. The bezel was changed, and that the dial actually did not belong to the watch. And not only did it not belong to the watch, but is actually not even correct for the period.
It's a big miss for the auction houses. I mean, if nothing else, they've got to be primo authenticators. To me, I feel like that's part of it's not just to sell someone else's goods. I mean, at this level, for
so the funny thing is, actually, someone published those pictures in the run-up to the auction, some of these pictures at least, and a few hours after those expository pictures were published, that noted some fishy things about the watch in the run-up to the original auction, which was, I think, a couple of years ago by now. The auction house who was selling this watch published an interview with Goldberger in which the restoration was suddenly disclosed. In Perez's words, well, sort of. To be perfectly clear, the restoration was only communicated after damning pictures had surfaced just hours before the auction. In the interview, John Goldberger said, several years ago, I was informed by a distinguished international auction house that an individual was looking to sell via private treaty an extraordinary vintage Rolex Daytona in 18-karat white gold, which until then was never thought by anyone to have been produced. There were several replaced parts that bothered me. I searched the world for the right components, sparing no expense, to restore it to its original glory. I replaced the incorrect bezel and pushers faithfully as they should have been in 1970. But yeah, it turns out that a lot of this stuff is not really original to a Rolex Daytona reference 6265. Anyway, again, it's a pretty damning case, but you know, some of the details are pretty arcane.
But I would equate this to perhaps an art piece that's not actually by the artist. Or if you're misrepresenting what you're selling here, or is the consumer supposed to know these things, or is the authenticator?
I mean, the thing is, you know, I wouldn't. Okay, here's what I really think, JP. When it comes to these sorts of one-of-a-kind pieces, I understand the excitement. I understand the rush. I understand the willingness to suspend disbelief. But you cannot do that, right? If you are also wanting to stay true to your place as one of the major, you know, houses for authenticating the legitimacy of these things. So when something is one of a kind, you have to go through all the possible courses to actually authenticate it as such. Otherwise, it's it's a huge risk. Like you have to err on the side of caution rather than on the side of overselling the item. And I know Rolex is not very forthcoming with these sorts of details, so they would have not told them anything if they asked Rolex.
It sounds like it's good work and good research. That, from
No,
what
I
you say,
appreciate it.
it's compelling.
Again, I understand the auctioneers. I understand where they're coming from. I understand that even those experts who work for auction houses have gaps in their knowledge. Even they are learning on the job at a certain level, especially when it comes to a unique piece. I mean, I don't need to belabor it. We know what that means, right? It's one of a kind. So chances are even the foremost experts in the world have not seen something similar. So I understand how they can get certain things wrong. But be that as it may, shouldn't you err on the side of caution rather than, fluffing it up and saying, hey, this is very rare and all original without mentioning,
Well, one seems like it's parts that they put together that they misrepresented. The Cartier looks like a fake. I mean, from what I've looked at, but so I think they're two different items, but they absolutely should err on the side of caution. And one of the things that in your interview with Eric Wind, he says, "I like to know the story of who had the watch. Where's the paperwork? When did you buy this? When did you pick this up?" And if that stuff doesn't check out, he's gonna go to the correct lengths to kind of have the story of the watch.
right.
And if the first part of it doesn't pass the smell test, he wants to talk to the people that have had the watch or at least bought it originally.
Look, Eric nowadays, who is, by the way, coming back for an interview on the 4th, so on Wednesday, we are going to talk mostly about the relevance of vintage design for designing watches today, for contemporary watches, specifically in relation to the Seiko 5 Rowing Glazers collaboration that they just did, and the watches that I'm giving away finally over the next 4 months. But there are two things that Eric goes after these days. Eric Wind of Wind Vintage. He wants to find pieces that are unpolished and in honest condition. That's already quite hard. And I know he's not necessarily a stickler for that, because as someone who is quite weathered and really an expert, he knows that there are even ways to fake that. And like you said, actually, he cares most about provenance in the strictest sense, right? Which means that he goes after one owner pieces, right? He wants to go for JB Senior's Rolex, right? Failing that, he wants to go for JB Senior's Rolex that JB inherited, right? He wants to know that
Exactly.
it's either the owner who is selling it, and he can either have a very compelling and detailed story, or even the receipt in addition to the full set and box and papers, or again, the family failing that has the right paperwork, the right documents, and the right story to go with it. Tim G, thank you so much. And please upvote, guys. It really, really does help when you do that. It's just a little bit of exposure, but it really matters.
Well, I'm excited to hear him come. You said he's going to come back on your show
On Wednesday. Yeah.
Excellent.
He's
That'd
coming
be
back.
exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his wealth of knowledge and his taste and but that was one thing that stuck out to me is that he wanted to know the story behind the watches, and in the vintage world, as someone he held that one position of authenticating for or at least aggregating special pieces for major auction houses. So the human connection of that I think is probably one of the best initial parts. But that did stick out to me.
No, that's a very good point. I'm glad that was one of your takeaways. I was just posting the link to the interview series that I did with Eric, who is coming back on Wednesday, and I wanna send a link to that. As well. And of course, he has done a lot of work for Hodinkee, as you guys know, wrote a lot of pieces for them, but specifically filmed the reference points videos for the Submariner, for the Explorer, for the GMT Master.
Yep.
And he's someone who donates his time quite freely and quite generously to places like this platform, where you have real enthusiasts and not necessarily life-changing numbers in the audience, right? So I'm really grateful to him because he's really doing it from the generosity of his heart and nothing else. And he's there, by the way, for an hour, which means after I'm done with my questions in 30-40 minutes, the rest of the time will be dedicated to the questions from audience that don't necessarily have to refer to the topic of discussion. And he's always been very generous and understanding with that as well. So I'm very much looking forward to it, and I'm gonna send you the link now in the chat so you can
I think the Cartier example, though, may be a little bit more tough because you think about the made to order kind of standard or the history of that. Perhaps it could be one person that took this watch and the other person that took control of this, and or someone was sick or what they may have taken it mid, I don't know. But with the aspect of that they're constantly customizing these for a special.
It's not like that. I mean, it's much worse than that. I mean, today, for example, I've just heard it from a collector, by the way. They are apparently making 300 Cartier crashes through custom orders on an annual basis.
Okay.
So it's there are going to be a lot of crashes in the years to come. And like you said, with custom orders, etc., there is place for variation. There's place for confusion even. But Cartier is not like Rolex, so I'm sure they would open their books if there is something that they will have to prove. But the article really seems much more damning than that, JB. Yeah. I mean, it's not just a slight.
I'll take a look.
But yeah, maybe that's why I said, JB. I mean, if you're the one that's going to present the defense case for the,
I'm just taking the other side of it, because you saw there was another auction. I don't know if it was Phillips or if it was one of the big ones where they featured the Middle East version of the crash with the headdress. Was another piece that's ultra rare and quite cool, but it was the feature of it, and this is the amazing one to carry the show.
Yes, that's actually Cartier Chiche. That was basically like one of three, and only two of them were accounted for. Um, that I mean, that's an amazing watch. I wonder if they would be willing to custom build that for, I mean, not for me, but for a very privileged customer. I'm sure they would. But that's an amazing watch. Oh my god, I Pauli made a lot of fun of me for actually wanting this watch, but there's so much I like about it. Not only the unique shape that harkens back to the headgear of Tuareg uh, people who are native to North Africa, but also, you know, one of the things that Cartier fanatics almost immediately will recognize, this is just like their um, Trinity construction, you know, like they use in the rings. So it's actually three types of gold that is twisted together to form this headgear. So yellow,
Right.
white, and pink.
Yeah, but they've got each, you know, the rod of each, and then they start to form it as they heat it up. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
If you ever see how a Cuban's made, you could see how this could turn in from one.
mm. And of course, it has all the other kinds of details that make Cartier watches so beautiful. The heat blued hands against, you know, those Roman numerals in the dial, which are oversized at 12 and 6. The railroad track inside, the sapphire cabochon on the crown, and just the, you know, again, it's just like this ring, right? You know, you have all three types of gold.
Incredible.
It was sold by Sotheby's in Paris in September, on September 30th, and it went for 1.1 million. And I want to say, I think it's yeah, that's Pauli, by the way. If you are familiar with the character, he says that's one hideous watch. I don't care how rare. And I err on the other side. I mean, I'm like, I wish it were less rare, so I could actually get one without having to part with significant sums of money and possibly a custom order or something.
The motivation on these on, you know, putting something that's Frankenstein together and misrepresenting it. I mean, if you're talking a piece unique from the 70s, um, you're talking a difference of between what $100,000 watch and millions, perhaps, if you can tell the good story with it. And the fact that they're taking kind of the bait on this and letting it run.
Please don't say this, because someone who is listening now will think that this is fake. We're not talking about this watch.
No,
This
of
is
course
another.
not. Absolutely not. Yeah, this is the auction from September.
Mhm. The one that's under question is the Cartier tank from London that was just sold in December in New York. This was Sotheby's Paris, and it was bought actually by one of the foremost Cartier collectors and famous dealer out of Southern California, of all places, Eric Koo. Uh, I mean, it comes full circle. You know, he is the one who started this hype. He better pay the piper.
Right.
Ended up paying more than $1 million for that watch. Good on him, man. Good on him.
He had to have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful piece. Come on, and look at that three-piece collection: a crash, a sheesh, and a pebble. Which I think, you know, I can't suffer the pebble. I really don't like it. But you know, I mean, if you're a Cartier collector of a serious salt, like Eric Koo is, you might as well. Yeah. This is wild too. Have you seen this?
I have zebra print.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, I know it's outrageous, but really, if you're iterating that design, you better do something original with it. So I'm not gonna protest too much.
I went to the AD the other day, and they had a watch that was a Datejust that was completely in pave diamonds, and the band pave all diamonds. The entire watch was factory Rolex diamonds, 135,000
Ooh.
all the way around. I mean, you could think that it was from, the spot in New York where they're icing those things out, but just really quite stunning. Yeah, these pieces are unreal.
Yeah, I don't even know how much, because this was a piece that was introduced in Watches and Wonders, I think. Speaking of the releases of the year, and I don't know if they released a price, but if any of you knows how much, yeah, how much they're asking for the Cartier Crash Tigre. I have no clue. I'm guessing $500,000 or something.
Yeah, at least.
Limited edition of 50, a total of 1.64 carats of diamonds.
What is the black there? Is that sapphire?
Let me see the explanation. So it says, the diamonds are set in an irregular stripe pattern across the watch, interspersed with luscious streams of blue and green enamel that terminate at the bottom of the case. So those stripes are actually enamel. The stripes on the bezel are achieved with chanlevé enameling, while the dial is first engraved and then filled with ground enamel powder. Several enameling processes were used to achieve the nuances in color, from opaque to translucent to the subtle gradations. They're then fired in a kiln at a temperature of 700 centigrade to 750 to melt the powder and set it. It's repeated, the process is repeated over 10 times until the desired color is reached.
Until it melts just right. You can see it kind of looks like it's melting.
That's a good one.
You just pull on it a little bit more.
Right. The watch actually starts as round before they start the enameling, and then it's bent out of shape. But joking aside, I mean that was a good one. Yeah, I have no clue. Again, if you guys know how much the Tigre was selling for.
Well, now that you know that it's enamel, I mean, I thought there was a chance that it was green, maybe emerald, but it sounds like it's all enamel.
Yeah, I thought it was really different stones, but the stripes apparently are just different colors of enamel. Some of which are like, this is very turquoise. This is like teal. This looks like, emerald, even like you said, sapphire, etc. But I think it's a nice visual trick, to use diamonds, but kind of gesture towards the shades of other precious and semi-precious stones. I think that's a great visual trick.
I'm gonna hit the hay. It's good being on. and sharing the tie. At least I have one tie. If I ever need one, I have one to go to.
Hey man, if you want to do a stream one day, I'll go through about a 200.
All the ties that you have.
Yeah, but I'm not wearing any single one of them anymore. I don't know. The pandemic for me was a huge change. Um, in New York, I wore a tie on 2 occasions, and I enjoyed it. I have
Right.
to admit that. But in olden times, I would wear a tie basically every time I went to work and every time I went out in a serious way.
For years, I did too. I mean,
Um,
years and years and years. And one of the things about ties is you can get away with a nice tie and not as nice of a suit. If your tie is off and your tie is cheap, you can have a $5,000 suit on and you look cheap. So
ah, you
so
need,
to me, the tie is one of the ones where you don't want it to knock you out of contention on it, because even if you have a nice fitting suit, this is what my thought is on it.
it's a little harsh, but you're right. I think at a certain level, the accessories make a lot of difference, right? If you're spending a lot of money on your suit, you better have a nice pair of shoes as well.
But
If you
but think
if
about this: if you have like
something,
almost like a corduroy tie or a corduroy jacket, or even um, something that's not necessarily as far as the fabric, you can
oh,
have a kind of a sharper tie, and you'll get away with it, no problem.
no, I'll tell you this, JB. November 11, as you know, 11/11 is at once the World Singles Day because it's 1111.
Right?
It's also corduroy day because it's like the
I get
whale
it.
the fabric. But you see, it's an apt coincidence. I think I love corduroy. I love wearing corduroy pants, but you probably shouldn't have more than one corduroy item in a whole ensemble. Um, so if you're wearing corduroy pants, don't make a suit out of it. Would be my suggestion. But yes, going back to your first point, if you're spending, I mean, again, I'm not saying people should, but if you're spending hundreds of dollars on a shirt, wear a nice tie to go with it. If you're wearing a tie, if you have a nice suit, you deserve to treat yourself to a nice pair of shoes for sure. I agree with that.
So right before I go, there's speaking of 1111, I want to show you a cool trick. If you put in 911 taillights, this is a Porsche 911. I'm going to show you some visual that,
For
that you wouldn't know. Just put in like 911 taillights, and you look on images on Google. I'm going to show you.
Yeah. All right. I'm pulling it up. Pulling it up.
Okay. All right. So if you look at this one that's in blue right there,
This or this?
the one on the right. Yep.
Should I click?
Actually, the white one on the far right was probably the best, but this one's good too. Yeah. I'm going to show you a visual that you probably wouldn't have picked up on.
I would not have.
Okay. So if you see how many downward strokes you have on the left side and how many downward strokes you have on the right side.
You mean these?
Yep. You've got 9 on the right and 9 on the left, and then you see the 11 in the middle.
That's very cool. Hey man, when you said 9/11 at the beginning, I thought we were going in another direction.
No. Oh no.
I was gonna say this is not a conspiracy theory channel, but this is quite cool.
But if someone didn't point that out, you may not have seen.
I have not seen, and I wouldn't have paid attention to it unless you told me. And thanks for sharing this. 9, 9, and 9, 11. That's very cool. I like those sorts of like Easter eggs in designs. You know,
For
it
sure.
can when it's subtle like this, especially, I appreciate it.
Yep. All right. Well, have a good evening. Thanks for having me on, and
You, man.
uh, best of luck for 2023.
Love you, man.
All right.
Take
Take
care.
care, Bob.
Happy New Year, JB. Much love to you and your family. It was so nice seeing you, and thank you for sharing with us your new tie. I have about 10, 11 minutes more. So if you guys have any questions, any requests, anything that you would like to share, feel free to send it in as a super chat. If you want to jump on the panel, I will send the link again, and I would be more than happy to stay longer. And I love what Mike David said. Welcome back. Good morning to New Zealand. When we were looking at those Cartier crashes, he was saying, I thought my screen was wonky. Yeah, those were the two Cartier crashes that Eric Koo owns. Yeah, it's a pretty good collection. All right, yeah, I was just to wrap up what I was talking about today. We talked a little bit about 3712, the Nautilus moon phase with the micro rotor that came out in 2005 and arguably is the first real complicated Nautilus. We talked about, I brought up some arcana, so to speak, to hash out the differences between 3712 and 5712, which replaced it almost immediately, already in the next calendar year, which makes the 3712, of course, one of the ultimate collectibles in the universe of Patek Philippe Nautiluses, which are already, of course, much vaunted and very much desired to begin with. Rarity is always an important factor for anything in the world of vintage and neo-vintage watches. Anything that is limited by production, out of production, anything that had a very short run of production is going to be, at the end of the day, is going to command, at the end of the day, some sort of value. And in this case, I think, again, there are other arguments that can be made, whether it is to talk about the case that 3712 has, being the first complicated Nautilus watch with a moon phase indicator, or its aesthetic appearance, which is much more classic, much more akin to the original Jumbo reference 3700 than 5711, which is now iconic and desirable in its own right, and is also discontinued already. We have also talked about how even in Switzerland, the cultural importance of the mechanical watch and the recent boom and desirability that it has achieved is finally being recognized as a cultural event of sorts, right? I know that particular Neue Zürcher Zeitung article written by one Philipp Meyer is a little weak on substance, my beloved professor set me straight on that. And I understand what he was looking for in that article as an economist. But I think it is important that the mainstream press in the US, in Central Europe, in the UK, and other parts of the world are recognizing the importance of the mechanical watch, not simply as a luxury good, not simply as an asset, not merely as an investment artifact, but as a cultural object in which people have a lot of emotions and psychic investments bound up. Again, admittedly, and you can already guess that from the title of the article, which was Testosterone on the Wrist. Admittedly, the analytics of the article were a little too invested with facile criticism of, or critique rather, of masculinity. I think there was still some value in it, in terms of at least recognizing that watches are more than just about timekeeping. And then we simply talked about what we considered to be the most significant releases of year 2022. I really tried my hardest not to be a contrarian, but I thought that Habring 2 was really the brand that deserved a mention with their Chronofelix Perpetual. I want to bring it up again. And I thought it was important that they produced such a watch, such a complicated watch, such a classic watch, such an elegant piece, under $25,000 when all is said and done, and that they made it available in a stainless steel case. I think it's a very gorgeous, aesthetically pleasant piece that provides a lot of functionality, and that is every bit appropriate to everyday wear, at 38.5 millimeters in case diameter and scaling right at 13 millimeters in terms of the thickness, even with this double-stepped bezel case, which I think has also a slight dome on the crystal too, that along with the monopusher configuration of the chronograph, of course, as well as the Salmon dial, gives a distinct neo-vintage flair to the watch. This is their regular production model. They don't make that many watches to begin with, so it will still be a very exclusive watch. But I think the Masena Lab edition, which was the black and white version, I want to bring that up too, is already sold out for 2023 and 2024. So unfortunately, that's going to be even more rare. But as you can see, in either case, you know, you have that beautiful moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock, a leap year indicator at 6 right there. And really a beautiful, beautiful piece overall. And my honorable mention was the Polaris Perpetual Calendar. For a lot of the same reasons, really. I'm trying it on here in the pink gold version, but I like it even better in stainless steel because that makes it much more accessible in a way. Again, the list price is now, with the recent increase, $33,000. So don't take me wrong, we're not talking about something cheap. But in stainless steel, on a full bracelet, as a true blood dive watch that has that very practical inner timing bezel, that has one of the most stellar and useful and informative perpetual calendar modules in the entire horological world that you can adjust with a single pusher, and that has that quick exchange strap system, which allows you to swap back and forth between the full stainless steel bezel, the rubber bands, and an extra leather strap if you wish to add that to your arsenal. I think is a very enticing alternative to a lot of these highfalutin and very exclusive makers that only offer that sort of functionality exclusively in precious metal, and really at six figures, if not more. And that goes for both of these watches, by the way, right? Harbling 2 Chronofelix Perpetual and Jaeger-LeCoultre Polaris Perpetual Calendar both offer the kind of watch in stainless steel and under 35 and under 25 in the respective cases of JLC and Harbling 2 for the kind of functionality that brands like Patek, Vacheron Constantin, and Audemars Piguet offer at six figures and higher, at low six figures and higher. So for me, that was important to highlight. And of course, the viewers chipped in with their recommendations for the releases of the year. There was a lot of talk about AP, which milked the 50th anniversary, let's be frank, quite successfully and quite competently, if I may say so. They have released a lot of self-winding 50th anniversary editions with that commemorative rotor. They have released the AP Royal Oak Offshore Music Edition, which put an interesting touch on it. They have also released that Carolina Bucci reduced size ceramic Royal Oak, which was actually, in terms of the aesthetics of it, was probably my favorite actually of the year. So maybe I can complete the top three in my case. This one, which is a 33 millimeter piece, and which plays with that traditional original Royal Oak tapisserie dial design by basically putting this chameleon type of play of color on what is essentially a black dial. Carolina Bucci talked about it like a puddle of petrol or something in urban space, right? Where you see this sort of rainbow-like glint on the liquid substance from a certain angle. This was the 77-350 CE, the Carolina Bucci limited edition self-winding 34 millimeters. Ceramic case, integrated black ceramic bracelet with titanium clasp. And it is a dial fashioned out of sapphire as well. And accents are applied in pink gold, and so are the bolts. One of my viewers, Avo, who is a huge fan of the Octo Finissimo, highlighted two of the special editions. One with the salmon dial, made for the famous Milanese jeweler Pisa. That was a very pretty watch, but was only made in 15 examples and almost immediately sold out. There was a sector/scientific dial version that they did with Phillips Auction House that is made in 50 pieces, also a limited run, but I think they might still have a few examples. And both of these editions, by the way, were offered at a slight premium, really, on top of the standard titanium version, on top of the original titanium design of the Royal Octo Finissimo at 16.9 thousand. So, again, if you're already in the market for an Octo Finissimo, that seems like a fair deal. I know from a certain point of view, the Deep Sea Challenge was an important one. I think it was a very good way for Rolex to implicitly, at least, but also, they have used James Cameron in marketing this, so it was for them to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the actual Deep Sea Challenge, where the prototype version of this watch was basically used. And I think it was an ingenious way to introduce titanium into the regular production lineup, and a pretty good way of commemorating that sort of achievement of providing a dive watch to the mission that went to the deepest place on this planet. So Mariana Trench. I think it was cool as a collectible, again, not necessarily as a wearable watch. So those were basically watches that we paid attention to. We when JB joined, we looked a little bit at IWC's Petronas AMG team watch, the new Pilot's Chronograph 41 that was detailed in the Petronas green. That was a cool release as well. We talked a little bit about Hermes and the two Le Temps Voyageur watches that won the Complications Awards in the GPHG. These pieces. where basically the dial travels, the hours and minutes subdial travels the globe when you cycle through time zones. A nifty little trick. And again, I think it's kind of cool that they basically replaced Paris on the dial with their own address. Very vain and endearing for that reason, right? 24 Faubourg Saint-Honoré, which is the street address of the flagship location of the original location of Hermes, of course, in Paris. We have talked about the limited edition reversos that Mr. Porter released for this year, commemorating basically their 10th anniversary, if I'm not mistaken, by having these reverso classics that have an iconic piece of architecture from those fashion capitals engraved on their back. The Duomo Cathedral for Milan, which is the only piece that is still for sale. And Big Ben and Westminster Palace for London, which is already sold out. The Statue of Liberty for New York, which is sold out. And the Eiffel Tower for Paris, which is likewise already sold out. And I wanted to highlight this reverso that they made, which is, almost like a one-of-a-kind watch with this silver basket weave guilloche dial, which reverts to this gorgeous detail of an enamel painting on the back, again framed by some ornamental engraving too. And it is actually a miniature version of Ferdinand Hodler's 1918 painting, Lake Geneva with Mont Blanc in the morning light. So very meaningful for that sense, that you are getting a luxury Swiss watch. So you might as well get that sort of scenery on the back. Artisans spent over 50 hours reproducing the work as accurately as possible. So it is quite literally a wearable piece of art, which, by the way, reflects back to our conversation a few days ago with my friend Saint Peter. Whether we should look at mechanical watches as pieces that drive forward technical innovation and ingenuity in a compact form, or whether we would be allowed to think of them also as miniature pieces of artwork. Um, and I think, we don't have to decide one way or another. I think they're really a combination of both of those things and more. There is also a lot of history and a lot of personal stories invested in them as well, and this channel is the platform to talk about them. Marcelo, hi, Shana Tova. It's nice to see you. Right. This brings me to the end of my 4 hours. Thank you, JB, for being part of the show. No super chats today, which makes me a little sad, but OG Baby Girl was so nice to make a PayPal contribution behind the scenes, so I always appreciate that. You can always do that with the information in the crawling ticker, the links pinned in the chat, and all the information included in the video description. The least you can do, if you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned anything from it, is to hit the like button. Trust me, it makes all the difference in the world. It means a lot if you do that, and just that's already quite a lot. But if you want to contribute in other ways, the links are there, the information is there. And I also want to recognize my supporters on Patreon, which include, by the way, JB and Corrado Galizia, as well as Bezels, Avo, and others. Watch Addict, JB, of course. I really appreciate all of you. If you want to, I will give it another day or two to keep my extra services on Patreon for $10. For now, what is included in those services is 3 links to watch deals online on a daily basis, and I usually give more, in fact, so it adds up to about 100 different links to these value propositions. But since I always also have thematic focuses for them, since I put a lot of thought to grouping them together in a certain way, a lot of these become very educational and informative in their own way, to draw your attention to the kinds of pieces that fall under the radar, fall through the cracks, and just are not really appreciated or highlighted by the mainstream. So you end up learning a lot just by even browsing some of those links. But most importantly, it puts you in a direct line of communication with me, where I can more immediately and in a more tailored fashion really attend to your needs and help you acquire your next timepiece in a way where you will enjoy it even more with all the knowledge that you have accumulated, with all the history that you can be proud of, and with getting the best deal that you could possibly imagine. And you can always write to me at Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. That is Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. I'm always at your service. And again, this channel is a completely independent platform, beholden to you, to the audience only. I'm completely at your behest. So your contributions go in the way of, again, helping me build a studio here, helping me dedicate a little more time and more resources to produce more content and quality content for you. And most importantly, all of those contributions allow me to sustain this independent and autonomous existence. I don't serve any other masters. I'm not beholden to the interests of the watch industry. I'm not in the pocket of any odd gray market profiteer. I am completely independent, and it is thanks to you. And I'm sure you have a stake in keeping it that way, in keeping me alive on this platform. So thank you for your presence and support. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Please hit the like button. See you on the other end.